Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Saturday. Something we don't say too often here on the channel. Hope you guys are ready for Saturday's show. Don't know how busy it's going to be. Been a long time since we've been here on a Saturday afternoon. We've got Southwest 148 from St. Louis. Going to be our first arrival of the show. They come at me a little faster than I thought. I had something plugged in wrong. But turn back and check that out. Switch hands. Got an E175 starting up here. Lufthansa arriving about 30 minutes early this afternoon, so that's our main focus of the day, Lufthansa. Gonna have, hopefully, some good action for you guys this afternoon. See what happens. Again, it's been a very, very long time since I've been here on a Saturday. Normally, Saturdays aren't too epic. But we'll see. I wanted to give you guys, we've been talking about doing Saturday for a long time. I want to give you a lufty show. So that's what we're going to get up to here today. Going to wait on the ATC to charge a little bit longer. It's been charging the entire time we've been sitting here. This afternoon, we just want to make sure it's not making any noise. So you can hear the American starting up down there as I get situated here a little further. Two of them. So two Americans gonna line up. And as you guys can probably tell, we're on the 2-3s this afternoon. So that's gonna make life a whole lot easier. Hopefully it'll make for some good entertainment this afternoon. Again, thank you guys for being here on a Saturday afternoon. This is the first of two American Eagles. Get a move on. Both runways open here today. Hopefully all of that heavy maintenance is done and over with. Hey, Robbie, good afternoon. Halloween was good last night. We went out and did some trick-or-treating. Hung out with the kiddos, the family, had dinner. All in all, a good evening last night. Kids got lots of candies. That's a different non-stop ad. I don't know if you guys are getting that same one or not. So it looks like our next arrival is going to be Breeze Airways here in just a moment. Moxie 745 coming in from Portland, Maine. 1 hour 44 minutes of flight time. This one going to arrive in about 2 minutes. Let's give you guys, go ahead and give you guys that update on Lufthansa. Lufthansa just passing Maine. Looks like they're on their way. About an hour and 32 minutes, hour and a half left for Lufty. So it'll be good to see the A330. I was hoping they were bringing an A340 today. No dice. Got Aero Mexico arriving in 47 minutes, coming in from Mexico City. That Embraer E190. Let's see, do we have Copa today? Doesn't look like we have Copa. So again, Breeze will be our next arrival, Moxie 745. It says, now it says 4 minutes. It said 2 a moment ago. Now it says 4. Yeah, I see that. No Copa on Saturday. Again, it's been a long time since I've been at RDU. Probably a year plus since we've been out here on a Saturday. So it's been quite a while since we've seen Lufthansa. I don't think it's been over a year. But one thing we do have today that I'm noticing right now, got a little excavation over there in the hole. So a little digging around going on. We've got an American Eagle, the first one, out at the end of the runway, ready to go. This one headed to New York. Republic Airways 4459, headed to LaGuardia. E175 LR. Make that 1 hour, 9-10 minute flight, whatever that is, to LaGuardia. Got a little one getting off the runway as we speak. That's what American Eagle's waiting on. They decided to come all the way down here. Hoping for some early rotations here this afternoon, but I don't know that we're going to get them. Wind's light, variable. So, American Eagle off to LaGuardia. Moxie 745 from Portland, Maine. It's A220-300. 1 hour, 50 minutes. Total flight time for the A220. Nice touchdown for Moxie, 7:45. Brigade Klaus, good afternoon, almost, no, not quite evening for you yet. 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. They're in Germany. Oops. Speaking of Germany, Brigade, we have Lufthansa arriving in an hour and a half or so. Also have that Aeromexico arriving. Both Air France and American late already. Of course, American switched to their later wintertime schedule from London. Air France ahead of American. Try to stick around and see what they decide to do with those two 777s. As we got a Velo. Friend of ours, Captain Carolina, working for Avelo. So the American Eagle over on the other side already sneaking out there, ready to go. Give you that flight info in just a moment. Jay, good afternoon. Got an American 737 headed out now. We've got this Exec jet. This one touched down a little while ago before we started the show. We've already picked up or dropped off whoever they're picking up and dropping off. Velo up next. So the flight radar gonna make me wait a second. So Republic Airways 4685. They're headed off to Music City, Nashville, Tennessee. Velo's not up yet. Ooh, check this out. Interesting looking Exec jet there. I like that color scheme. We'll get some ATC going here in just a little bit. Forgot to take the radio in and charge it, so we're going to charge it now. So, a Velo with the turn and burn. Really cool Exec jet go. I know they're ready for departure. There it is. Really interesting color scheme for this one. Hey, 46 likes already. Thank you guys. Make sure you guys smash that like button. I handled it, you guys. I handled it. Let's make sure. But I handled it. Hopefully you guys won't see that again. That's what I was trying to do when I kept popping it up on the screen. So, a Velo off to Rochester. Hopefully. Hold on, I'm checking something on a different thing. I don't know why it's not showing up here. Hold on. Bear with me a minute. American Airlines here up next. Should be trying to do something with this software, the messaging software there, so that's why you're seeing the hi, hello deal there. So give me a minute. I don't know if the software is translating things over the way it's supposed to. Hold on. Maybe it won't let me do it that way. I don't know why I didn't do this forever ago, to be honest. So again, give me a moment. I hate how, I really hate, YouTube, if you're listening, I really hate how you put ads over the chat. It's really annoying. They need to stop that. I don't mind the ads over the show, but the ads over the rest of it is really annoying. Okay, that'll make my life a little bit easier. So again, I apologize, this is taking a minute. I don't know why I did not do this a long time ago. Got a new moderator in the house. What do we got here? Is this Air Canada?
Yes.
Air Canada off to Toronto, I believe. Or something. So you got a Velo Airlines sitting over there. I don't know if they chartered somebody here in the last couple of days. It looks like they're going to take the air stairs. Is the air stairs headed to a Velo or is it headed to the private jet? Got to get an update on Aeromexico here. Actually, that channel's really old. It's the channel I started out with way back in the day. So Air Canada Jazz 674, they are in fact headed to Montreal, not Toronto. So the air stairs are going to Avelo there. Again, this could have been any one of the ball teams. Looks like our next arrival officially is going to be United 2653 from Chicago. 737 MAX 9. Where'd Aeromexico go? Aeromexico in South Carolina. E190 LR. They got about 27 minutes left in their day. Looks like it is. Is it going to be the updated livery today? It is. Give another quick look at Lufthansa. Looks like they're passing over Buffalo, New York there, or Erie. One of the two there. 1 hour, 12 minutes for our A330. Again, been a long time since we've done a Saturday show, so hopefully you guys enjoy, or at least a Saturday show from here. We still have 2 minutes left for the MAX from Chicago, followed by Delta. Again, it's been a very long time since I've been out here on a Saturday, so I don't know, how well traffic's going to be. We didn't used to do Saturdays because traffic was slow, especially now that we've transitioned into winter. And by the way, speaking of transitioning and into winter, guess what today is? Ugh. The worst day of the year. Gotta set those clocks back tonight. Don't forget, you get 1 extra hour of sleep tonight. But tomorrow night for us, 5:30, and sunset will happen. So that means all of our Wednesday shows from here on out until spring forward will be solely night shows. So if you guys enjoy night shows, make sure you guys tune in on Wednesdays. Got that coming up. Gonna have lots of those. Gonna have our Thanksgiving special now that it's November the 1st. If we can talk about that, we're gonna bring you guys some aviation on Turkey Day. Early in the morning. I don't know how many of you guys will be watching. The Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade will be on at the same time we're on. We're going to try to be out here around 9-10 a.m. We're supposed to go to the observation deck that day. It'll depend on weather and traffic, of course. So that'll be our second annual Thanksgiving Day show. I believe it is, Johnny V. I believe they had some games here yesterday. Football, soccer, all being played yesterday at UNC. No, it's our second one. We did one last year. We didn't do one because the show's only been on for 2 years, so that marks number 2, our second annual Thanksgiving Day show. Again, that'll be early in the morning. Depends on the weather, of course. Wind directions, we'll see. So again, United 2653. Coming in from Chicago O'Hare, this one here, 737 MAX 9, an hour 24 minutes of flight time. really wish I was off Black Friday so I could immediately leave Thanksgiving and take the show on the road, but unfortunately I have to work Black Friday and then I'm off the weekend. It's so annoying. I feel like they should give us Black Friday off. Because we don't ever do anything on Black Friday. Black Friday is one of those days where you just sit around. Yeah, so, and if whatever team has to work that Saturday has to be there. So they got to work Friday and Saturday for us, unfortunately. Luckily, it's not me this year, thank goodness. I did it for many, many, many Saturdays, many, many, many years. The team I was on was the holiday team, unfortunately. Finally, I am no longer on that team after... again, many years of being stuck with that holiday schedule. Delta 2164 coming out of Detroit. A little bit of a change out of Detroit looks like for Saturday. 1 hour 11 minutes of flight time for a 737, and it's a 900. So not something we see out of Detroit very often. Coming in here. Normally it's A319, A320, A321. I don't think I can ever recall seeing a 737 out of Detroit for us. The 717 was popular. Maybe we'll see the 717 today. We do have a 757 on the ground here. It came in from Atlanta a little while ago before we started the show, so that departure coming up as well. See, 5:34 and already dark. I just, not looking forward to it. I did, however, believe last night I ordered Miss Carolina ordered a light box for me, so I can sit at home after work, 20-30 minutes. The light box, because I don't get very much sun in the wintertime unless it's on Sunday. Sunday, when I come out here to do the shows, is probably the only time in the wintertime I get daylight. I get off work at 5 o'clock, dark 5:30. In bed by 7. Some days it's like that too. I'll be like, alright, well, it's dark, might as well go to bed. So the 737 from Detroit. FYI, this is the second week of using our new tripod, so I am still trying to get used to its limits, how soft and how hard I have to push it. I could have swore I saw somebody. Oh yeah, we've got a American out there at the end getting ready. They're moving some of the cargo handlers around, getting things in place, ready for the heavies. They got all the trolleys down there too, all the flat trolleys to take cargo and baggage. What's up, Devin? Afternoon. So again, if you guys are just joining us, good afternoon. Thank you guys for tuning in. Gonna have Lufthansa here in a little bit. About an hour or so. Aeromexico. Our next arrival is Republic Airways 5598. Now this one's coming in on a Delta connection instead of American Eagle. Still going to be an E175. They're coming in from JFK. Got about 2 minutes left in their journey. Breeze United American, all 2 breezes in fact, all coming up along with Aeromexico in 20. Getting ready to cross into North Carolina. The one we're looking at the end of the runway there, that one is headed to JFK. That's Republic Airways 4765. That's an American Eagle. E175LR. So they'll be headed back to New York. And again, like I said, here's something we don't see on Sunday either. We were talking about this earlier, and I know some of you guys are interested in all of the construction updates and things, so we got a little construction spotting we can do this afternoon. So David, they've had this runway closed for maintenance, routine maintenance. They do it every year for about 3 weeks to a month. Sadly, it's, you know, September, October. But the last 2 years of us doing this show, they've done it that way. And even before then, before we started doing the shows, just generally plane spotting. But that all should be over. My official word was November the 1st, which is today. So hopefully they're done with all of that now. Hopefully. What am I hearing? That sounds like an old, oh, it must be the, that tug right there. I thought it was one of the old fire trucks. I think it's this. They do cut the exhaust off that thing. Man, look really loud. So we've got a private on final. So they are, Devin. They are working on the new runway. That's why they're over there digging around still. Now see that he's gone already. I don't even know where that bulldozer went. But you can see there's an excavator just off the hill. They're still working on that. When you drive in, you can see mounds and mounds of dirt just off toward the reservoir. Where'd that dump truck go? There it is. Some of the big dump trucks they've got working over there to bring us that new runway. Lots and lots of work to be done. I like to update it. I like to be out here doing these shows. That way we're documenting history, kind of. Get to watch it throughout the different segments of construction. So that Republic Airways off to New York. Going in via JFK. Republic Envoy Air 3488 headed to Chicago, another E175. Gonna rapid fire them out of here. So one out, one Republic out, two different ones at Delta Connection. This one coming in is Delta Connection. The one off to New York was Republic Airways, but it was via American Eagle. So this one, Republic Airways 5598, coming in from JFK, 1 hour 15 minutes. Another E175LR. Got a Southwest up on flight radar now. Yep, Ralph, I have the show set up for tomorrow already. Tomorrow morning we'll be out here. I'm going to start the show early tomorrow. Try to start at 9 a.m. so I can be at home in time for the race. Final race of the season. There's a Southwest pushing back on the other side. Southwest at 1809. What are we doing down here? Testing some equipment. Fire truck coming out, doing their routine checks. As a matter of fact, talking about tomorrow, as soon as we end the show here today, you'll be sent over to tomorrow's show. Make sure you guys go over there and leave an early like. I'm trying to reach 200 for tomorrow as well. Comes Southwest 1809. We're getting ready to head to Baltimore. At max 8 there. Again, headed it to BWE. Got another Southwest lighting up on radar. Got Moxie 855 coming in from Ogdenburg, wherever that is. 1 hour 37 minutes of flight time. I don't think I've ever seen this flight. Moxie from Ogdenburg. Got a United 737 MAX on the way out as well. So Moxie's going to be another A220-300. They're going to come in at 23 right. So Southwest got an exec jet. You can see a Velo over here. They've started the APU on that 737. Let's turn our attentions to our arrival. Moxie from Ogdenburg. Upstate New York. Thank you, John. I've never seen this flight before, so that was kind of thrown off by it. Yeah, Ogdensburg. Aeromexico, about to be downwind. They're E190 from Mexico City. Southwest 1809 off to BWE, getting a move on. You guys probably hear that one. That's 737 MAX 8. Nice info there, Gavin. Thank you. Yeah, I guess that would be a little more convenient, because we don't have a flight into Erie either. So this one getting ready to head to Washington, D.C., I believe. We'll find out in a minute. This one's not up on flight radar currently. This is CRJ for American Eagle. Should be PSA off to Ronald Reagan International in D.C. To figure out why that's doing that. I don't understand what the deal is. Got a couple more Southwests headed out. We've got another arrival. My phone is acting up here too. We've got Republic Airways 4567 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. Where they at? I'm trying to do two things at once here. I'm trying to monitor what's going on. Monitor that stuttering a little bit. We switched to a new thing to communicate between the computer and the camera. Seems like it's trying to stutter a little bit. So Republic from Music City, Tennessee, Nashville. 1 hour, 3 minutes. Flight time. Looks like they're gonna slow up short here. We're gonna get off the runway very, very early. Not normally we see one get off the runway this early. That one's followed by Republic Airways at 3589. Republic Airways using a little bit of everybody today. This one's going to be United Express. They're coming in from Washington, Dulles. Yeah, I upgraded capture devices, and it seems like it's causing me more problems than my my cheap Amazon one. It seems like our cheap Amazon one doing a better job. All right, so Republic Airways 3589 from Washington Dulles. Southwest 3838 headed to Phoenix, Arizona, 737 MAX. Let's go to the other Southwest. Southwest 148 off to Tampa, Florida. This one right here, 737-700. Maker down here, our American Eagle from Nashville. Next arrival, Aeromexico. Good evening, Jessica. Jessica from the UK. So again, Aeromexico, they're coming at us from Mexico City. 3 hours and 15 minutes by the time Aeromexico touches down here. And you do that 3 hour, 15-minute flight in an E190. Now, coming in December, we do have Aeromexico 737 MAX. That's going to be a Cancun flight. Can't remember what day that flight starts, but we do have a Aeromexico MAX 8 coming in December. I'll give you guys another check on Lufthansa. Lufthansa should be about an hour away. It's crazy how you can hear those fan blades rolling around. There goes our Delta 757 back to Atlanta. Guys saw the top of that 7.5. Getting ready to rocket out of here back to Atlanta, Georgia. Got another Breeze Airways coming in, another A220. I do believe. A220-300 for Breeze. That one coming at us from Providence, Rhode Island. Okay, United on the move. So while we wait on that Aeromexico, we've got JetBlue headed out as well. So they're going to sit there and wait. We'll turn it to the United Max. The engines look huge on this for some reason. Is that Breeze? So Breeze already touching down over there. JetBlue headed out. So will we see Aeromexico one more time? Are they going to make that hard right turn and go a little further down? Now, our 777 heavies don't arrive until later this afternoon. I think Air France arriving around 5. And of course, American from London not arriving until 6. Will we be here that late? I don't know. Depends on how busy things are here around the airport. What kind of exciting things we got going on. Check out this Exec jet. Interesting looking Exec jet. Alright, so United 1920 off to Chicago. That's 737 MAX 9 headed to our good friend Matt Man out there in Chicago. We got one little one here, but very, very short final for this Exec jet. Just happened to see him. He hit the sunlight reflected off of this one just right. It's coming in at a very steep angle. Very, very short final for this Exec. Not on my radar. I didn't even see that gray and blue Exec jet pull in here. So no telling where that one came from. It's a nice touchdown for the little Exec jet there, making some wild ish short final. Focus back here on Southwest. Looks like we got another Southwest Max. Southwest 4310 headed to Dallas. It is not a Max, but it is an 800. Headed out to Dallas Loves Field. Yeah, probably. I just realized there's really no clouds in the sky this afternoon. Absolutely perfect afternoon here in Raleigh. Alright, Southwest off to Dallas. Let's see. Let's give you guys a quick check on Lufthansa while we wait on them. Looks like Lufthansa's over Pennsylvania, maybe? 45 minutes for the A330. They're 8 hours, 21 minutes into their flight. Still another 45 minutes to go. So we're looking at about 9 hours for them. Southwest hanging out. I don't know how long we have on our ATC here, but we can turn that on. If it sounds good. We've had a lot of issues with ATC and sounding good the last couple of episodes of the show, so hopefully it'll sound somewhat decent. Alright, Southwest on the move. We got JetBlue getting ready to depart other side. So double departures. Alright, JetBlue 2929 off to San Juan, Puerto Rico. I'm using a Uniden radio. It's one of the first ones you can find on Amazon. I think it was like 110, 120 bucks, something like that. So again, this one off to San Juan, Puerto Rico. All right, now for the 757. You guys ready for this? Hopefully they pull back on it early, get a nice strong departure for the United, for the Delta, sorry.
Delta 3245, runway heading wind, runway 23 right, clear for takeoff.
So Delta 3245 off to Atlanta. Let's turn it down a little. I don't know what the deal is with it, but some days the radio frequencies pick up really well, some days they don't. Radio sits right here on top of the big battery. Give me a nice early rotation, 7.5. That's what we wanted. Yeah, so the battery, when we have it plugged in, causes a lot of noise. So that's why we don't plug it in and run it. As of right now, I don't know what the deal is. Exec jet here. A really cool one in the background there. So you can hear the tower just fine, but it's definitely the aircraft we're having a hard time hearing. me take a quick look at flight radar once again, see what we got coming in. Again, Lufthansa 40 minutes away. Looks like we got Endeavor 4944 coming in from Austin. 2 hours 16 minutes for the CRJ. We've got American Airlines 2693 coming in from Dallas. 2 hours 4 minutes for 737-800. Looks like that one's going to be our next arrival in about 4 minutes. So Delta 3245 off to Atlanta. Breeze, we had that one depart. That one was Moxie 745 off to Fort Myers. So a couple of departures. So I'll give you a little update on Air France as well while we've got nothing going on at the moment. Air France still has 3 hours 6 minutes. They are over land already though. They still have another 3 hours left in their day. Americans up close to Iceland. They still have 4 hours 19 minutes. Not Iceland, that's Greenland. No. They're really far up north. Iceland, 5 hours 1 minute for them. I don't know that we'll stay for Iceland's arrival. That'll put us at 7:12 tonight. 3 hours 6 minutes. We're looking at an arrival time of 5:20-ish roughly for Air France. Alaska Airlines still 2 hours 44 minutes. So American Airlines 2693 making that left-hand turn there, or right-hand turn to get on to final. 97 likes, thank you guys. Make sure you guys smash the like button if you haven't. Subscribe if you're new and enjoying what you see. 6-Speed Life, I am on the parking deck. We won't be down at the observation deck until our Thanksgiving special. So Thanksgiving morning we'll be down at the observation deck. Hopefully. Depends on the weather. But Thanksgiving morning early. Should be a, they open at 9, so I'm going to say we're going to get started around 10. We have a show tomorrow morning as well around 9 a.m. We're going to be here till probably 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, depending on how things go today. Tomorrow going to be an early show. Not something you guys normally see out of us on a Sunday. We're going to try something a little different for this Sunday. This Sunday only, we may push our start times back earlier on Sunday. Normally, you know, we start 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We may push that back just a little bit to see where we're at. Sky GT, we are at RDU, Raleigh Durham International Airport. We're waiting on Lufthansa, Air France. No, I don't think we're going to stay for the American. Ooh, what do we got here? Oh, this thing looks cool. That is a wild livery. We'll turn to American as they get closer. We were about to, until this bright one caught my eyes. Kind of reminds me of like UK police cars with their blue and the fluorescent yellow. I really like this. Definitely have a lot of variety, as Will stated there, up for Breeze. Breeze is going to become a crew base here in 2026. So that's big news for Breeze Airways. Going to become a crew base for them next year. Possibly be hiring some folks out of RDU. I'll be looking forward to that.
74944 Raleigh Tower, good afternoon, wind 0405, runway 23 right, middle end.
So this one 2 hours 10 minutes from Dallas, coming in from DFW. 737-800. Touchdown for the 737. Speaking of CRJs, our next arrival is going to be that Delta connection CRJ. It's going to be coming at us from Austin, Texas, Endeavor 49 at 44. That'll be our next arrival. 1 like away from 100. Thank you guys. Halfway to our goal of 200. We'll give Endeavor a moment. Where did our cool looking little...
wind calm, runway 32, clear to land, traffic arrives in the course of the barrel. Okay, clear to land for 3226 Fox.
So we got one arriving over on 32, same spot this one here arrived from. Don't get much action on 32, all general aviation, all really small stuff. No jets, all props. Over on runway 32. And Delta gonna go around. CRJ making a go around here. They looked a little high on the approach. I'm gonna run out of tripod. So that one going around, I believe he was too high on the approach. It's not very windy out here today, so no real reason for go-arounds. Alright, so they were calling out to, let's see, we've got a lot of general aviation out in the area. A lot of small planes. If you guys are following along on Flight Radar, there are a ton of them. Hey, Joshua Griffin. So, we were talking about runway 32. You got another one coming in on 32. You can hear him calling that. But this one here, just come off of 32. Again, we don't see a whole lot of action on 32. General aviation stuff. We'll get the military stuff sometimes over there. We've got another one. Another cool looking plane arriving. Lots of general movement today. This one looks like it's part of the flight school. So this one here definitely is part of the flight school. I saw that, Joshua. So I saw one, it was a man and a woman. I followed that pilot. He also flies A340s as well. I can't remember his name now. I had to go into my history and look. But I did see that where they landed the A330 the other day here in Raleigh. It was a really cool video. Maybe one day we'll have the opportunity to reach out and catch him one Saturday. Hard to catch Lufthansa any other time other than Saturday. Part of the reason why we're here today. This one's still sitting over here waiting.
Number 26, Foxtrot 10 right, join Charlie, hold short, runway 23 left with me. Charlie, hold short 22 left with you for 26 Foxtrot. Number 8, Sierra Bumpton, left heading 110, runway 23 left, good to take off. Yep, 110, hold take off 22 left, Sierra Bumpton.
Lots of general aviation movements. Got another one getting ready to cross the runway there from 3-2. I feel like we're at Raleigh Executive today. All of these executive movements, private jets. Let's see, hold on. I believe I can check here while we... I don't have a whole lot going on here. I think I watched it on... So it was advertised on both of my channels. See, another one for 3-2 over there. coming in. That one looks nice. A little blue to the day. I don't know if they're all together or what the deal is, but there's a bunch of them. Yes, I believe that's exactly who it is, Captain Patty. So his video went up 4 days ago, flying into RDU, that A330. You know, I've always wondered if anybody ever comes in on 14 or leaves on 14. I've never seen a departure on 3214. Never. It's always been arrivals only. Other than, of course, the helicopters over there, they go out however they choose over there, the military. So another little cool plane coming in. About to have our Delta CRJ come back in. That one, Endeavor 49 at 44. That one doing the go around a little while ago from Austin, Texas. So if you know anything about RDU 3214, 32 is up the hill. So the runway is not level, it runs up a hill over there. We don't see, like I said, we don't see 3214 very often. It seems very busy today. 9 times out of 10 it's a crosswind across that runway, so a lot of the little guys getting hit with side winds. There we go, Endeavor from Austin, finally touching down. Nice. Nice touchdown there too for that one from Austin. We've got another Delta coming around for final as we check out General Aviation over there, see what they've got going on. Lufthansa entered the picture, now 20 minutes away. The A330 now 20 minutes away. We've got Southwest, Delta, American Eagle, and more coming at us here shortly. We've got up next Delta 3238 from Atlanta. 53 minutes of flight time for the A321. It's going to be, I was hoping for another 757, but looks like it's going to be an A321 this time. Looks like we've got Moxie 754 getting ready to push back. They've popped up on flight radar. They came in from Providence, Rhode Island. I hear somebody starting up. So Delta 3238 says they got about 3 minutes left by the time they touch down. So we'll be looking at about 57 minutes of flight time for them. Our CRJ from Austin makes its way around the corner. Don't know. Well, I guess it depends on the gate, but I don't remember seeing anybody being allowed to go in that far. Again, that construction there just in front of it. Artie, you made a post about the construction. He is going to shut the engines down. They will tow him in to the gate. It's amazing how you can just hear those fan blades spinning. You hear that crackly type noise, fan blades inside the engines of the CRJ. We heard it in the E175 earlier. Welcome in. Looks like Lufthansa again. A few minutes out here. 16 minutes according to mine from Frankfurt. They've been in the air 8 hours 49 minutes. So it looks like they're going to have about a 9-hour day. Can't see them hooking up to the CRJ there. Hear more props leaving. So we got a couple minutes here before our next arrival. Next arrival is going to be, let's see, it's going to be a toss-up between PSA from Washington, D.C. via Reagan or Southwest 3050 coming at us from Houston. 737 MAX 8, that one's still just downwind of the airport here. And then, of course, Lufthansa, 15 minutes away. We may have an issue here. Another one going out. I really hope this did not just happen to us. Find out. We got Southwest coming in. It looks like they may have changed. There's another one headed out right there. So hopefully they did not just change runways on us. Don't see why they would. The wind is still coming at us from behind us. Got an exec jet departing on 5 right. Well, that's not good. Wind's supposed to be light and variable here today, so we'll see. Let's take a look at the windsock. See what the good old windsock's got to say. Windsock looks like it's getting wind straight out of the west at the moment. So again, the winds are variable this afternoon. They're not supposed to be any one direction as far as I know. Hopefully them switching doesn't stay. It has. It's messed up our entire afternoon. Yeah, they did. 5 right, clear to land. You can hear calling Southwest. 5 right, cleared to land. There's no way we can make a move before Lufthansa gets here, so we are stuck in the position we're in. There it is. That windsock finally making that turn. So we'll have a couple of options here if we want to stay after the arrival of Lufthansa. We can take and move. We've done it before. We've packed up, moved over to the other side here where we can catch the arrivals. Or we can pack it in and call it a day. It is kind of slow here today so far. I don't know how that's going to look for the rest of the afternoon. That'll be up to you guys. We're going to wait out Lufthansa's arrival though from this position. Really can't make a move. I'm hoping we get a one of our ones departing over here on this side, and there's the possibility that it could switch back a little later on. The wind is coming out of the west. It's not even coming out of the north or the south at the moment. So they're bringing the A330 today. They've got about, well, now even more time. 9 minutes left in their afternoon. So Southwest about to touch down. That Southwest 3050 going to touch down on 5 right. So I guess we better make some changes here to the display. This one here must have been just stopping in for fuel. I think we had the A340 on Thursday. We got nice long departure shots here. That Delta headed off to Detroit. Delta 2164. Southwest touched down a moment ago. They're making their way back. Ramona gifting 1 Carolina Aviation membership. Man Rick gifted that membership. Congratulations to Mouseman Rick. So, again, after Lufthansa, we don't have time before Lufthansa. After Lufthansa, we'll figure out what to do. We can go more toward the center of the parking garage and just do one-sided operations, because obviously now 5 right off limits. We can't ever see anything 5 right. So we can switch, move toward the middle or the other end of the parking garage, give you guys all the 5 left action. For the remainder of the afternoon, it'll take us about 10 to 15 minutes to set up or dismantle and reset up at the other end. We will not end the stream, we'll just interrupt it. So that'll be up to you guys if you guys would like us to continue this afternoon of plane spotting. So PSA 5589 going to be our next arrival. They're going to be coming in at 5 left here. So again, we'll leave it up to you guys what you guys want to do. Again, it'll be about a 10 to 15 minute shutdown for us. Possibly not even that long. I can stuff things in the car quite quickly. So we'll see. Leave it up to you guys. Let's get Lufthansa in here first. Speaking of Lufthansa, Lufthansa now on the downwind, along with that Delta getting out of here. Delta off to Detroit, making a southerly turn. They're trying to avoid weather or anything. Tomorrow we'll have another show. We're going to be gifting out memberships tomorrow. Tomorrow, our regular Sunday show. So tomorrow we'll be gifting out those memberships. Got one vote for Relocate. Do something we've never done here before. We're going to start a poll. See what you guys think. What should we do? Had a little time to set that up. So we'll check on that after the Lufthansa arrival. So we'll stay for one of the 777s. American's not going to arrive until almost 7 tonight. So we'll be here until at least the Air France arrival. That'll give Lufthansa time to get out of here as well. So speaking of Lufthansa, hold on. Lufthansa making their final turns, so we'll have to get the camera ready for that arrival. So Miles, it's because of the time change in Europe. So their time set back last year, or last week. They fell back last week. American 777 does this every year. So they go from a 1 o'clock arrival to a 6 p.m. arrival in the wintertime. Why they do that, I have absolutely no idea. I do know that it's really, it really stinks for us aviation enthusiasts, especially if you don't come up to the parking garage to catch the 777, the American, because the observation deck down there closes at sunset. So sunset starting tomorrow will be about 5:30 p.m. here in the Triangle. So they'll be closing that at around 5:30, 6 p.m. Sadly. We'll still be here. Again, if you guys enjoy, that's nice, enjoy nighttime shows, well, we've got the time of year for you. Wednesday nights will be our nighttime shows. Every Wednesday. For the remainder of the season. Sundays will be our only daytime shows, unfortunately. This is a unique exec jet. This is Embraer, I think. Looks like an Embraer 200, CRJ 200. It's already gone off flight radar. So they shut the engines down there on the CRJ. Now we await the arrival of Lufthansa. I try to peer backwards to see if we can see the end of it there. I'll end the poll right after Lufthansa's arrival. So 85% says we should relocate. So 20 votes out of the 100 or so folks watching. Thank you guys for giving us that option. Giving us your votes. Still got a couple more minutes. Make sure you guys smash the like button, subscribe if you guys are new. If you guys are new here, you guys are about to witness us move as long as the poll continues to trend at 85%. Lufthansa on final, about to touch down here in about 10 seconds. So we'll get ready for that A330. A330 coming in hot. Again, been a while since we've seen Lufthansa. Sadly, not the way I wanted to see it, but there's nothing we can do about the weather. Also with moving, we'll be down one runway, of course, but again, nothing we can do about that. T1 side, really not spotter friendly from here. Things the same if I were the president of RDU. The only thing I would do would be to add maybe a couple more spotting locations. sure they'll be renumbering a lot of gates over here, being that they're going to build whole new, bigger sections of terminal once the new runway is completed. So yeah, I could see a renumbering happening. I'm hoping that it'll bring a lot more airlines. So they're going to build more international gates, obviously. Hopefully they're going to make enough room for bigger aircraft. Obviously we can't get too many things bigger than the 900s. Stuff like that. So hopefully they'll make room for a lot more growth. They finish up their taxi into the gate. We'll take a look here at the poll. We'll see what you guys have decided. Now, if you guys are just joining us, we set up for the 23s. They just changed runways to the 05s. So that means I've set up a poll in the chat. If you guys haven't had the chance to take a look at that poll there in the chat, please do so real fast, and then we can make our decision whether we're gonna slow things down and relocate. We'll throw up the black screen. You guys can hang out. No need to go anywhere. We'll still be in the same show. So that will be our option, or we just call it a day. You guys decide there in the poll. I'll give you guys a couple more minutes here to decide. Looks like we're looking at 86% relocate. 36 votes so far. So again, we'll give that another minute or two. I think it would stay with the letters and the numbers. They'll just add more letters to it. So as of right now, we've got A, B, and C, along with D gates. So they'll probably go E, F, on down the line there, as far as renaming the gates. So 38 votes in, 109 folks watching. Again, make sure you guys smash the like button here. We'll be back. Looks like we are going to relocate, move down toward the other end of the parking garage. Again, no need to go anywhere. I'll throw up the black screen. Audio will go blank. Just hang out, wait. Shouldn't be no more than 15 minutes. Shouldn't even take that long. It should be about 10 or so. So as long as I don't have to dismantle everything. I can just throw things in the car and leave the trunk open. We'll just slide on down to the other end and keep things moving here. So no need to go anywhere. All right, so let's check our poll here. 38 votes, 12 minutes in. We're going to go ahead and end that poll 87-13. So there are the results. Remote relocate, 87%. Call it a day, 13. All right, you guys. So since we are going to relocate, I'm going to go ahead and start putting things up. We're going to mute the audio so you guys don't have to hear all the things going on again, where you're going to go black screen for a few minutes here as we relocate as well. So we're just going to unplug things, throw things in the car. We'll be back in a little bit. hopefully we're back. Thank you guys for sticking around, those of you that made the vote there. Got a bus moving out there on the airfield. Hopefully the chat returns back to normal. Hopefully I'll be able to see that. I had to restart a couple of pieces of software here. They don't like it when you disconnect the cameras and other things. So we should be back on air now. Thank you guys for your patience. About 12 minutes, about how long it took. Looks like our messaging software working the way it's supposed to. Looks like everything back to normal. Thank you guys again for sticking around. So there we go. Got an arrival coming up. Let's see, who do we got here? We got to tweak the phone here, make sure it's working. Delta 2283 coming from Boston. 1 hour 42 minutes of flight time for the A220. Gonna have to start trying to charge the cell phone here in a minute. I really need to go buy a new phone for real. Now it's really getting to that stage where I should really consider going and getting a new phone. So Delta 2283 from Boston. Nice smooth touchdown there for Delta, that A220. So there'll be some hand switching here. It'll be a little awkward, a little shaky. But again, glad we're back. Thank you guys for returning. Got a United coming in next here in just a moment. Let's check on our Wi-Fi box. They're charging complete for the Wi-Fi. So we'll go ahead and start trying to start charging the cell phone here. There we go. I think I found a place where it'll sit. I don't know what the bus is up to down there. You guys see that RDU bus down there? They do that every once in a while. I think they take people around the airport. So you heard it, United's cleared to land. This makes our view of arrivals a little bit more difficult than what we need it to be, but I think we can work with it. Shake the camera around a little bit here. I got to be just a little bit closer to it. Quick look at the Delta 2283 from Boston. Got an A220 arriving a moment ago. There's not a whole lot going on this side. There are no planes on the D side of the terminal. Terminal 2. You got one CRJ, but all the rest of the D gates on this side are empty. So there's 2 gates missing. Again, if you guys follow RDU, they were talking about on Thursday or Friday, they were talking about gate C8 and C10 being missing. So they're gone for the expansion over here of customs. So that's happening down there. A little while ago, we weren't able to be where we could see that. D gates won't be international for quite a while. I don't know that they're planning on doing any of that. Again, so if you guys look at, you can Google the RDU 2040 expansion project. You'll be able to see all the different things. So they're getting ready to put on, once the runway is completed, they'll put on 4 legs. They'll stick out from the end of the terminal here, going the other way toward the runways, which will add a significant amount of gates. I think it's 4. It could possibly be 5, what I call legs onto the terminal here. So that'll increase capacity by a lot. But again, you can Google the RDU 2040 project. They give you the full blueprints of the expansion there if you look in images. So we've got United at 2609 headed in from San Francisco, 737 MAX 9. We're looking at 4 hours, 42 minutes of flight time for the MAX. Touchdown behind Terminal 2. Yeah, that'd be really nice if we could get Emirates or Qatar. We do have Etihad coming to Charlotte. They announced the other day they're going to be coming earlier than the original inauguration date, from what I saw on CLT's social medias the other day. Going to be bringing a Dreamliner for Etihad, the only Dreamliner that Charlotte has. American Airlines don't even use Dreamliners over there. They weren't set up for a long time. Fun fact, RDU got a Dreamliner before about 2 years. How long has Air France been here? About 2 years before Charlotte. Charlotte accepts hundreds upon hundreds of more flights than we do. But interesting fact there for you guys. Next arrival is Endeavor 5193 coming in from Indianapolis. 1 hour 17 minutes of flight time for the Delta Connection CRJ-LR 900LR. That one on a final now. Got Air France later on in the afternoon. The departure of Lufthansa later in the afternoon. So we've still got quite a bit of action here. Again, been a while. If you guys are just joining us, it has been a while since we've been to RDU on Saturday. So I'm not quite brushed up on Saturday traffic, how busy it is, how busy it's not. So Miles, Delta had the Paris flight. They didn't have London. Americans always had the London flight. Delta served Paris, and they gave that over to Air France. So Delta giving way and giving over Paris to Air France, which I feel like was a really good choice. I enjoy seeing Air France. Makes us feel more international, having more international aircraft. He's going to go down behind the terminal. So again, this is Endeavor from Indianapolis. About an hour 18 minutes of flight time there. Is that thing stuttering that bad? It's supposed to be top of the line capture card, and our $20 one did a better job than this $100 one. Interesting. Noticing a lot of stutters there. So I'll have to go home and do some research, find out why that's doing what it's doing, but I don't like it. May have to go back to using our $20 capture card because it does a way better job. I feel like I would like to see Japan Airlines, and I feel like that would be another one that would be a big one, given the fact that Toyota has a big factory here. We also have Honda Jet factory here in North Carolina as well, both in Greensboro. So I feel like Japan Airlines should enter the mix here before too long. Possibly. I don't know what the demand is for Japan from RDU. It may not be very big. We have Aer Lingus coming next April, which that's been rumored for the last 5 years. So that rumor finally coming to fruition. So finally going to get that Aer Lingus. It's going to be the A321XLR. I'd have to look at and see what the numbers are. I feel like we could probably receive ETA from Rome. That would be a good one. I feel like that would be a really nice one. I enjoy that livery there on ETA. Yeah. That would be another one of those flights I'd be willing to take. I'd like to fly ETA to Rome. We'll never see British Airways. American Airlines is too... they'll hold on to that flight. I don't think American will ever give that one up. And also, speaking of direct and long flights, we do have coming. Where is that? Helicopter directly over our heads here. We do have Alaska Airlines. I don't know the schedule yet, but it is going to be a direct flight from San Diego starting next summer, or March, I think, if I remember correctly. So we've got quite the lineup for next year already. And of course, as you guys know, if you're familiar with RDU, it changes constantly. They could announce, I don't know, they could announce TAP Air Portugal tomorrow for all we know. You know what I mean? They're constantly evolving and bringing up airlines and doing things. We've been in a mass rush for growth here as of late, which is good. It's good for the airport. Again, Breeze going to be a crew base starting next year as well. Yeah, so their Americans XLR are going to be, I think that's going to be from JFK to somewhere. A friend of ours posted it the other day. Well, so there you go, coaster test guy. 5 times a week in the summer for Lufthansa, so that'll be good for us as well. So there must be a big demand for Frankfurt. As we see the American 737 going about their day. This one I think is headed back to Dallas. Find out in a minute. You know, I may not be a part of the airport as is an official capacity, but I am happy to be a part of the airport's growth, watching their growth, capturing their growth on camera, bringing it to each and every one of you guys who watch the show. So, you know, like I said before, talking about the runway, we're recording history as far as RDU is concerned. The runway expansion, all the airlines, we've caught Air France's inaugural, Lufthansa's inaugural. A lot of major things here at the airport. I don't know if Terminal 1's getting any real significant upgrades. I would be surprised if they did, but I'd also be surprised if they didn't. Our first marshalling shot of the day now that we've moved down here to be on the 5s. Yeah, I think they're doing some inside stuff. As far as expanding gates and stuff, I don't know. I haven't really heard too much about Terminal 1. Gonna see pretty colors here for a second. I'm gonna unplug this and plug it back in. See if we can't stop some of that judder going on from our new piece of equipment. I thought upgrading our equipment would make the show a little bit better. It's not made it terrible. All right, we got another arrival. Who do we got? Delta Airlines, followed by another United. We've got Delta 2496 coming at us from Salt Lake City, Utah. 3 hours. I'm going to say it'll be about 3 hours, 38 minutes, 39 minutes by the time they touch down. It's going to be a 737-800. Now, that's a little bit different. Normally, that's either the A321 masked Neo for Delta, or it's the 737-9. Today it looks like it's going to be the 8. So a little bit of a aircraft switch here. Now we'll see the differences tomorrow. Again, it's been a very long time since I've been here on a Saturday. Tomorrow this flight might be operated by the 9. So again, we probably won't actually see this flight tomorrow. We're going to end early. Tomorrow's show will be starting around 9 a.m. We're going to go until about 1, 2 o'clock, depending on what time the race starts. Last race of the season, I want to watch it, so we'll see. I skip out on most of the races. This one I want to see. You guys are NASCAR fans, you know it's going to be Toyota versus Chevrolet this year. 2 Toyotas, 2 Chevrolets. Team Gibbs versus Team Hendrick. I'm excited to watch the race. Hopefully it goes to, in my opinion, hopefully it goes to Team Gibbs. I really want to see Denny Hamlin win the championship. If any of you guys are race fans at all. I'm a Toyota guy. I'm employed by Toyota, so gotta stick with my manufacturer there, Toyota. Now, had Toyota not made it into the Final Four, I probably wouldn't care. Good afternoon, coming at us from Norway. Thank you, Jen. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm worried about. Miss Carolina gifting out 5 Carolina Aviation memberships. Nick D receiving one of those memberships. Congratulations to you guys for getting those memberships there. Thank you to Mrs. Carolina for gifting those out. I've got memberships to gift tomorrow. Do it during regular showtime schedule. It's got United coming in. I'll give you that flight info in just a minute. They came in a little bit closer than I was ready for. I honestly want to see what the difference is. Obviously, it's been a little bit slower here in terms of traffic versus Sunday, but I want to see the numbers from you guys. How many of you guys tune in? I know there's a lot of college football on. There's a lot of NFL on Sundays. So I just wonder how many of you guys watch between the 2 days. Nice smooth touchdown for United. United coming in from Denver. United 2269 from Denver. We've got United 1821 coming in from Houston. Another Max 8 here in just a moment. Sorry, I had to put the phone on the back of the car here because it's the only way I can get it to charge. See, I'm not a football guy. I'm not a stick and ball kind of sport kind of guy. I'm more into auto racing, rally, NASCAR, IMSA. I don't follow IMSA or Raleigh as much as I do, but I do try to follow the NASCAR races each year as best I can. Should have made it out to a couple of them this year. I just should have made it to Martinsville last week, but it was really cold. I'm kind of glad we didn't go to the Martinsville race. Us having Breeze Airways as a direct flight to Daytona, maybe I should see about getting some Daytona 500 tickets for February. Book those in my my flight to Daytona. Not gonna lie, if you've ever looked into tickets to that race, they're outrageously expensive. So I highly doubt I'll be doing that, to be honest. Bird Beak.
Yes.
You were asking about Bird Week last week. There it is. So you'll find it. If you guys are new to the channel, you'll find out why we call this one Bird Beak here in a minute. There are several of these. There's an A3, a couple of Airbus in the series. There's several of the Boeings here, as you'll see in a moment when it rounds the corner. Unfortunately, we don't get SAS. We do when we go up to Dulles. But you can see the nose here on this United, one of the old noses. So we call this one Bird Beak. It just looks like a bird's beak to me. Ramona was asking about this one last week, so there it is. But they do have them on more than just the this 737. We've seen them on A319s, A320s. I've seen them on the 787 Dreamliner when we go to Dulles. Thank you, Art Tunes. Thank you for the wonderful feedback. Yeah, Daytona sells out really fast, and they sell out every year, it seems like. Hopefully we'll see Bird Beak come around the corner here and go to the gate. We do have that Max coming around and going to one of the gates. We've got another arrival on final here. I'll give you guys that flight info. I gotta step away from the camera to give you guys info. It looks like we've got Frontier 1517 coming in from Philadelphia. Fallon the Falcon livery on board this A320, A321. So Fallon the Falcon gonna make an appearance here. Last week we had Clark and we had Griswold. Both of them Bears. Thought it was hilarious. They were both here at the same time. If you guys watch the National Lampoon's vacation movies, you know the reference, Clark Griswold. So kudos to Frontier for making that reference. Nice touchdown for Fallon. Fallon the Falcon from Philly. Come on, Bird Beak. Don't disappoint. Hey, Scott. Yeah, the black, I like the black around the Airbus's windshields. So we, Captain Overspeed knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, there for a while we were getting the Delta with the black windows from Salt Lake City. As you guys saw a little while ago, it is a 737 from Salt Lake today. Not our Neo. All right, come on, Bird Beak, come around the corner. Ramona's itching to get this picture of Bird Beak. Come on around the corner. I know you want to. I know that Fallon I think Fallon's an A321. He'll stay on the other side of Terminal 2. Nothing bigger than an A320 back here. No! I think Bird Beak's going to the other corner, the opposite corner. Judging by the look on Ramona's face, says they went to the corner gate over there. We've got PSA Airlines sitting over here waiting for departure. I take it went to the corner gate over there. So PSA back to DCA Washington a little later on. Let's see what we got going on. We've got Southwest about to touch down the other side. Southwest 2575. 49 minutes of flight time from Atlanta. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Delta 1407 coming in from Detroit. Now we're back on regular schedule here. This is the A319. Earlier in the day we saw a 737 from Detroit, which is something I've never seen. So we've got the A319-100 back, that one arriving in 6 minutes. That's going to be followed by United 2485, that one arriving in 10 minutes. This one coming from Newark, another A319. So a pair of A319s from the north. From the south, we've got Delta 1550 from Atlanta, 12 minutes out. That one's going to be a 737-900, followed by a Breeze, which Breeze we won't see. Let's see if we can find Air France in Maine. 1 hour, 45 minutes left in Air France's journey. And of course, we'll capture that Lufthansa departure. Again, I don't think we're going to stick around for the American 777 arrival. We might possibly, that's going to be a little after 6 p.m. tonight. Got a CRJ, speaking of, CRJ down here, getting ready to pop out from behind the wall. Got Alaska Airlines coming into Max, coming from Seattle. That one an hour and 5 minutes away. Nothing special about that one today, unfortunately. Hopefully you guys went and checked out Ramona's post about Alaska honoring those who served. Absolutely fantastic photo of that beautiful plane. We also made that the thumbnail for last Sunday's show. So an absolute epic picture. Did Alaska ever reach out to you by chance? Normally Alaska's really good about reaching out when you post their app. Usually, I've gotten several of their comments. So the CRJ will slide out here. Again, Delta on the downwind. That one will be here in just a few minutes. Again, that A319 from Detroit. a couple specials later this afternoon, later tonight. Of course, we're not going to be here for that. It's going to be very, very late, around 10 o'clock. That new Blue Rica from JetBlue, the Puerto Rican livery, I think. It's a really nice looking livery. Unfortunately, like I said, we won't be here. Barbara Evans, good afternoon. Love spotting top of the deck too. We're big fans. Well, thank you, Barbara Evans. We appreciate you. I'm waving at you guys now. Hopefully you guys will see us. There you go, waving at some of our fans. Thank you, Barbara, for watching the show and being a fan. CRJ makes their way out. Delta finally making those last couple of left-hand turns to get on final. LVTK, good afternoon. We've got PSA on the move, getting ready to head back to Reagan. They're in downtown DC. Do have to say, the sunshine, it feels amazing today. Hopefully my fading tan will rejuvenate a little bit here this afternoon. Get the last couple of days of nice sunshine here. So again, next arrival, Delta 1407 from Detroit, 1 hour, 16 minutes of flight time. Still about a minute left in their journey. Very nice, smooth touchdown for the A319. I hope you guys enjoyed that close-up shot there of them touching down. That is one of the pluses of them being on the fives. We're able to get that nice close-up touchdown. So we're waiting on that United up next. They're coming in from Newark, New Jersey. United 2485. 1 hour 10 minutes of flight time for the A319. And just a reminder, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please do so. Trying to reach 200 likes this afternoon. Still got a lot of time left. We're waiting for the arrival of Air France as well as the departure of Lufthansa. Also, if you guys are new, please subscribe. We're at 360. Hopefully we can get to 500 by Thanksgiving. So again, if you guys haven't yet subscribed, please do so. Trying to get to 6,500 by Thanksgiving. Might have to throw in a couple more Charlotte shows between now and Thanksgiving. I honestly thought about going to Charlotte today and then be back here in RDU tomorrow, but that didn't quite pan out the way I wanted it to. Stayed out a little too late last night trick-or-treating. And I got home. I set up the show last night for today. We need some more Charlotte action. You guys seem to enjoy Charlotte the last time we went, a couple weeks back. Did see a lot of you guys talking about how a lot of American Airlines in Charlotte. And, so yeah, that's what you get, Charlotte. I enjoy all the movements, how busy Charlotte is. Definitely have to try to make our way back down there before Thanksgiving. So we got what, 140 subscribers to get to before the end of the month? Close to the end of the month. Hopefully we can get there. Man, almost 4 o'clock already. So, United in. We've got Delta on final now. Delta 1550 from Atlanta. 50 minutes of flight time for the 737 at 900. That one will be here in a moment. Got a breeze coming in over on the other side. Got a couple minutes there for that one. I think Lufthansa's got to be the most chaotic looking ramp action we see. I'll show you guys here in just a second after the A319 pulls into the gate here, but there's a lot of stuff going on underneath the Lufthansa A330. An A321 getting ready to go back to Atlanta. We saw that one come in from Atlanta a little while ago. So here's what I was talking about. They've got a ton of things going on over here with Lufthansa. Loading bags, cargo, all kinds of things. Sky chefs over there, getting them catered and cleaned. Again, we've got that A321 to go back to Atlanta momentarily. It's always fun to watch them do things. I wish we could see the other side so we could watch the cargo loader do its thing, but unfortunately we're stuck with this Alright, looks like our next arrival is going to be about 8 minutes. Delta 2699 coming at us from Minneapolis. 1 hour 55 minutes so far for the A320-200. By the time they get here, they're going to be at 2 hours plus. American and Delta coming in from the south. Alaska now 47 minutes away. Air France 1 hour 28 minutes away. So we're going to hang out for Air France today. Try to make that happen this afternoon. Thank you, Brigitte, for using the Lufthansa emoji there. It's not one that we see very often. I do have the Lufthansa emoji, but we definitely don't see it very often, do we? Hey, there's our buddy Pip. Good afternoon to you there in Arizona. But we may not be able to watch Lufthansa do their thing, but we can watch United while we wait on our next arrival. Again, a couple more minutes. Now, obviously, we have that A321 over there getting ready to depart back to Atlanta here shortly. Yes, we do get the A340. It was here actually on Thursday afternoon. We had the A340. We've had the A340 Special Livery Star Alliance livery here before as well. We need Lufthansa to bring their A350-900 or their Dreamliner, or even a 777. Do they have 777s? I don't know too much about Lufthansa's fleet, but that would be nice to see for them to bring a 777, 787, or an A350. Just like Air France has graced us with all of those, I'd like to see it again from Lufthansa. Me and Ramona were talking about how much we'd really like to see Yankee Tango fly in here. That retro livery from Lufthansa. The only way we would see that one though is if we went to Dulles. Yeah, so Captain Overspeed, we weren't here for it. Again, this is the first time we've seen anything Lufthansa since the 4th of July weekend when we went to Dulles. It's not very often we come out here on a Saturday, and most of the time during the week, Lufthansa's already gone before I get off work. Which you'll see here shortly. They'll be leaving here probably around 5, a little before 5 p.m. this afternoon local time. So exciting to see them. Tomorrow Air France should return back to their normal time. Again, tomorrow's show we're going to be out of here well before Air France arrives, but tomorrow they should be back to their normal 4 o'clock schedule with our time change happening tonight overnight. Again, the clock's here going backwards. So we'll legitimately be able to say Wednesday nights coming up, because we'll start pretty much in the dark on Wednesdays. It's A321 hanging out. There's a Southwest on the other side, so I'm sure that's what they're waiting on, Southwest. Making that turn over to the 3.5. They're getting ready to move now. This A321. Hey, Norway. Welcome to the show. A lot of folks from around the world today. Thank you guys for watching wherever you guys are from. So we had Atlas here earlier this year, over the summer. That was for 4th of July, as a matter of fact. We had the 747-400 here. That was picking up the most famous YouTuber, Mr. Beast. They headed out to Saudi Arabia. So Mr. Beast lives here in North Carolina somewhere. So they rented a 747 and flew to Saudi Arabia around the 4th of July. That actually was the 4th of July, because we were here for fireworks that Friday. Then we left out for DC. Had shows Saturday and Sunday there in DC. So this A321 will make its way back to Atlanta. We also had that Atlas Air Cargo actually doing some cargo work last year, or earlier this year, I think. It was in January, I believe. It's really early in the year. Sky Chef's done with Lufthansa. So again, Lufthansa should be leaving anytime soon. Alright, so that one, Delta 3238, that A321 is in fact headed to Atlanta. Next arrival is Delta 2699 from Minneapolis, an A320. 2 hours, 3 minutes of flight time for this one. Be coming in here in a moment. This one's not going to touch down before we hit the terminal there. Trying to get you guys those close-up touchdown shots. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. And again, speaking of tomorrow's show, you guys will be forwarded on to tomorrow's show, redirected over there. Make sure you guys leave a like for tomorrow. Again, 9 a.m. local time here. We'll start the day of plane spotting early. We'll see how it goes. Obviously, we haven't been to the airport that early in a long time either. Since about midsummer. Have to see how busy the airport is actually. Tomorrow morning. They still got that bus traveling. I guess they got time. So now they're gonna time for the next arrival. They've got a bus out there on the end of the runway. I don't know if they're carrying around a bunch of people for RDU or what they're up to. We see this every once in a while where they'll bring a bus. So they got a little bit of time, it looks like. We've got Southwest coming in next, American and Delta. So Southwest gonna create a buffer there. Hopefully they don't stay on the runway too long and cause us to miss any arrivals. Again, unfortunately, we can't really see any of the arrivals on the other side. Due to, well, location. There's always a lot of trees and other things in the way. So I'm assuming it is a bunch of staff for the airport. They all stand around Looking at something down there at the end of the runway. I think they just called Delta over to 5 right, so this is going to take a couple of minutes here. Jay said no sir. So again, they called Delta over to the right, so it looks like we're going to have a couple of minutes here while they do their thing, whatever it is they're powwowing down there. Looks like they're gonna get off the runway now. So we should return to normal operations here in just a moment. Southwest touching down, Southwest 1713 coming in from Denver, 737 MAX 8. Touching down 5 right. So it's going to be American that they called at 5 right, excuse me, sorry, I thought it was Delta. Maybe they called both of them over there. But American 2091 from DFW. Going 5 right. 2 hours, 3 minutes of flight time for the A321. So now that they're done, hopefully things will resume. So that one's going to go 5 right too. So they're still, whatever they're doing, they're still close to the runway, I guess. So they're going to make sure there's no interference with ops and that bus. So we'll lose 2 arrivals. No big deal when you got Lufthansa waiting to leave. Again, they should be leaving within the hour. See, they're taking one of the cargo handlers away already, so they're done loading some of the bigger items. So that's a good sign. I feel like we're watching the movie Speed now at this point with this this bus roaming the runway. Wonder if he's doing 55 miles an hour. Anybody want to wager a guess on how fast that bus is going? Speed would be like if they decided to redo that movie. There's a lot of the reboots of movies aren't very good. here of late, seems like. But I think that one would be an interesting one to see if they reboot. So they're going to go up the hill. They're going to leave this side alone. Thank goodness. Hopefully they're going off the runway there. They've been out here touring the runway for a while. So hopefully they'll be done with that. We should have that A321 come down the hill in just a moment for American from Dallas. They're gonna have to hurry up and get that bus up and out of the way. You can see the last couple of seconds of it. We'll hang out over here waiting on that A321. We also have that Delta arrival in just a minute. Aeromexico looks like they're pushing back on the other side here of Terminal 2. So Aeromexico getting ready to make their way back to Mexico City. So Geneva, I have no idea. we don't know what they're up to. Probably some RDU execs out here doing something. Uh-oh, somebody's going to be upset. Hold on, we'll see it here in a second. Somebody's going to be upset. There it goes. Their love balloon. Balloon's going up faster than I can keep up with it. There's that A321 from DFW. And we got a pushback on this side, so operations getting ready to start back up here. United. United pushing back. Man, I need to figure out what's going on with this cam link. This thing's not very good, is it? See, so that just proved. So that proves to you guys, expensive isn't always better. I'll look into it in the next couple of days and figure out what's going on with the cam link, but spent almost 3 times as much on that one versus our other one, and it's causing a whole bunch of jitters and stutters. So we got the Mad Max firing up down there. You can hear those angry Max engines. Should be the Max 9. So Eagle, funny enough, oddly enough, I do actually do that. I'll set up the camera and stuff outside on the back porch and run through softwares, run through settings between both the camera and the software to make sure everything is working. We haven't had to do that in quite a while because we haven't made any significant changes like a camera change or a lens change or even a computer upgrade or change. So I haven't had to run one of those tests in quite a while. Did that for when we upgraded our mics and stuff. Set it outside the door. We need to look into getting a different mic at some point. Of course, the phone stopped charging completely. I've got to do something with this phone. I need a wireless charger that won't overheat it like crazy, but I don't think that's a thing. So hopefully that'll be the last. Hopefully it'll stay charging. Yeah, so when I was in the works of actually doing this show and getting things ready, that's exactly how I did it. I would do it at home, or I would set up a couple of things like the camera. I would set up the camera in the car and on my lunch breaks, and I would set things up, try to make sure all the colors and sharpness, saturation, all that stuff on the camera was translating correctly over to the software, so you guys out in the world are receiving the best quality of show. So try to give you guys top-notch quality. Try to do it on a budget as well. It's funny you should say that, Jay. I didn't get a flu shot, but I had Wednesday. So the reason for missing Wednesday, you guys, I had a doctor's appointment. I had 2 doctor's appointments Wednesday. They ran late. They ran till about 5:30. So I was like, all right, well, we'll skip out on doing a show, because I knew one was going to last from 3:30 to 4:30, and then the other one was 4:30 to 5-ish. And I was far enough away from the normal location, so I was like, all right, we'll just put the kibosh on Wednesday. We'll double up on the weekend. That's why we're here today. But I did go bowling on Wednesday evening after all of my doctor's appointments, and Thursday I was fine. Yesterday I was not. Yesterday, picking up wheels and tires and getting down on all fours to set a lift, I was not okay. I was stiff, I was sore. I haven't bowled in about 12 years. So a friend of mine, we went out to dinner and went bowling. And got a really good deal on our bowling, in fact. Might have to pick up bowling for exercise, in fact. I love bowling. Again, I used to do it all the time when I was younger. Moved here, kind of got away from bowling there for a while, but am I excited to see the A340-300? Absolutely. Absolutely. We have seen it here on the show before, so hopefully when that comes, we'll be here more often on Saturdays to give you guys some A340 action. Oh boy, you're talking years and years and years ago, Yen. I don't know, 150 maybe? Over Wednesday, again, being 12 years since I last bowled, 89. 89 was my high score Wednesday. So, again, about 12 years rusty. But I had a really good time. I really ought to be out doing more stuff like that. Doing stuff like that, just like the show, is good for me. Little marshalling shot here for the A319. Mexico out at the end of the runway, ready for their departure. That E190LR headed back to Mexico City. Yeah, like I said, 12 years of no bowling. Yeah, I thought it was decent. The place we went's got a really good deal on from 4 to 7 p.m. 99-cent game, so I might have to go bowling more after work. Once a week. games. Take the kiddos, go bowling. Do something. It's not a bad deal. 99 cents a game. Bowling was really, really cheap on Wednesday, too. So, Aeromexico off to Mexico City. That'll take about 3.5 hours or so. I hope the cabin inside of the that E190 is really nice. To spend 3 hours, 3+ hours on an E190, I feel like it needs to be really comfortable. Did they have any pinballs? Ooh, don't know if they had any pinballs there or not. So it's a big arcade. The place we go is, it's a big, humongous arcade inside. A lot of newer games and stuff in there. I don't remember if there were any pinball machines in there or not. Now there's another place up in one of the other little towns that has a lot of pinball machines in it. I think they got like 6 or 8 different pinball machines in there. So farewell to Aeromexico, again off to Mexico City. Got American lining up here. I don't know if this one's going back to DFW or if this one's headed to Charlotte. We'll find out here in just a minute. As a matter of fact, I gotta make sure I keep a nice check on the cell phone to make sure it's not gonna die on us. So they had like, this place we go has laser tag, axe throwing, bowling, arcade games, all kinds of stuff. So it's a lot of fun for the entire family, depending on what you're into. So this American Airlines 2704, we'll find out where they're going in just a minute. They're not up on flight radar currently. When you're down at this end, it's a lot different. Lufthansa only has 2 777s. Freighters, and they are expected to purchase 13. Okay, alright, so perfect. They don't have any 777s for passenger service. United already lined up and ready to go. American 2704 headed to Charlotte. 28 minutes of flight time for that one back to Charlotte. Now we got United. So we do every now and then when we have some of our viewers watching and on the plane. I have family that flies in and out quite often, and every time they go out they try to give me a shine the light moment. So when they're flying out, we try to make sure we're set up to where we can see them. They won't be flying out again until sometime in December. But we have had several shine the light moments. We've got several viewers who fly in and out. Going into that left bank for 3-5 is United. Let's check on Lufty. So Lufthansa looking like they're getting somewhat semi-close to ready to go. United, unavailable. That is United 2288 off to who knows where. It'll update here in just a minute. That is a 737 MAX 9 though. Got another American Airlines up on radar, American 1674, headed to Philadelphia, 737-800. That one will be out here in a few minutes. Still no info on that United. All right, so let's drop United for a minute. We've got Alaska Airlines, 20 minutes for Alaska at MAX 9. We've got Air France just south of New York City. 59 minutes remaining in the 777's day. All right, let's try United one more time. Still unavailable. So if you guys get any of that, get that info there for United. We'll continue to try. We don't have a whole lot going on at the moment. Delta 1018 from Fort Lauderdale is going to be an A319. They have about 8 minutes left in their journey. United 2288 off to Denver in that MAX 9. So we've got Delta, American, Avelo, and Alaska. We've got JetBlue as well, all in the next 20-ish minutes or so. And of course, Lufthansa. To go out here shortly. That A330. Let's see, it's 4:36. They're normally out of here about 5 p.m. local time, so not too much longer for them. Do have that American to Philadelphia on the move over here. We'll have that one pop out from behind the terminal in a moment. Should come out in just a minute. Are they standing down there having a conversation there, Lufthansa? What are they doing? They get everything in there properly? Looks like they got a baggage handler down there still. Trying to check and make sure they got any last minute bags. The 737 Seneva, sadly we don't have any flights from Norway. I wish we did. I really, really do. I think that would be fantastic. Again, RDU growing. We're getting many international flights. Seems like every, at least once a month they're announcing something. Not necessarily airlines, but they are announcing more things every time. like I said, about once a month or so, it seems like. So there's the American to Philly. Everything is pulling away from Lufthansa finally. So we'll have that departure in a moment. Yeah, it seems like Iceland right now is the closest we get until we get Aer Lingus. Actually, are they closer or farther? Can't remember. But again, like I said earlier, Aer Lingus coming in April of next year. So, like I said, they announce all kinds of things all the time lately. Like I said, I enjoy being a part of it. Unofficially, I'm a part of the growth of the airport. We're just documenting it. But it is nice. To take part in all of RDU's growth. Mateos sending a $2 super chat. I do know of Kevin and Rudy. I watch their shows, Airline Videos Live, but I don't know them personally. Never met them. I'm sure they know who we are too. I know Kevin likes to keep up to date with all of the new channels and stuff. Not that we're new. We're 2 years old, but I like what they do. I know they had a Halloween special last night. I didn't watch any of it. I was busy trick-or-treating. Brigitte Klaus, thank you so much. We will see you next time. Hopefully tomorrow morning. Hopefully it'll be a little more convenient for you tomorrow. Again, 9 a.m. tomorrow. We'll be back. Semi-short show tomorrow. We're running this one a bit long today. Ooh, my favorite airline? Let's see, are we talking international? I don't know. So, Scandinavian, I love their livery. The SAS livery on the A350 is one of my favorite liveries. As far as amenities that I have flown with and that I know about, JetBlue. JetBlue has the most amenities as far as I know. Free TV, free Wi-Fi. Yeah, their baggage stuff's a little expensive, but the last time I flew them, I didn't have to check a bag. I took a carry-on. It's been many years since I flew JetBlue, but it's fantastic to have the Wi-Fi and everything on board. One day I hope to fly Emirates or British Airways or even Lufthansa. I'd like to try out their first class packages and what they have to offer for first class. That's a long, long way off though, I feel like. And I don't know if any of you guys have seen Qatar Airways' new F Formula 1 livery. Miss Ramona's showing me that one here this afternoon. She was showing me when we first got here. She's got a picture of it up on her camera. I don't know how well you'll be able to see it on this camera there. But Qatar Airways with that new Formula 1 livery, it looks quite smart. I like it. It's really nice. It's on the 777 there. April 13th. Yes, $643. That's actually not that bad for one way. You know what I want to try? I want to try the trick that other people are talking about. Trying it from a different VPN. I see a lot of people talking about that. Look up flights from a different VPN and you'll get different things. A lot of people say if you do like Netflix from a different VPN, you'll see different viewing options, different shows, different things. So one of these days I'm going to try that. Yeah, hopefully we get to fly them one of these days. We're a ways out, but we're definitely going to try. Also would like to make my way to Paris at some point. I saw our wing walker hanging out here for Lufty. So Lufty getting ready for their departure here shortly. Well, at least you can get your airline fix watching different shows around the world. So the first time I saw SAS really in person was when we went up to DC, Washington DC, up in Dulles. And they had the A350 1000, I think, and it was absolutely spectacular. If you're talking long haul flights, talking heavies, I'm an A380 person. I really want to hop on an A380. I do like the 747 though. But the A380, just the sheer size of it and the technology and stuff that goes into an A380 just fascinates me. So the A380 for long haul flights, top tier, top notch. I want to fly on one. If you're talking smaller regional stuff, the Airbus A220, wonderful looking plane. And the mid-levels, like 777s, other long hauls, the A350 1000, another one of my favorites. So there's Delta, that A319 finally touching down. Thank you so much for that, Yen. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for the super chat. Absolutely wonderful. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys for subscribing to the channel today, becoming good friends of the channel already. Appreciate you guys. And again, if you guys are new, feel free to say hello as well. Again, subscribe if you guys are new. You guys are more than welcome to say hello. Thank you for the absolute wonderful support. Tomorrow, if you guys are here, tomorrow we've got those memberships to gift out tomorrow. Mrs. Carolina gifting out memberships earlier today, 5 in fact. Ramona gifting out 1 membership today as well. So tomorrow we'll gift out 5 more memberships from me. So tomorrow we'll be sending you guys some memberships. All right, so that Delta was Delta 1018 coming in from Fort Lauderdale. Alaska Airlines is downwind along with JetBlue. JetBlue's behind us. Alaska's in front of us. But I can't see Alaska for some. The sun is really bright in my face. So Alaska Airlines just off to the west. Our next arrival over here is going to be American 1894 coming from Charlotte. 28 minutes of flight time for that one from Charlotte. This one here should be pushing back any time soon. Hopefully Lufthansa. will start their push. You know, I've never seen the A318. I know British Airways still has one, right? If I'm not mistaken, British Airways or somebody still has an A318, and it's nothing but business class seats, if I remember correctly. I can't remember which airline has it, but I think it's nothing but business class seats. And I know it's in Europe. Nobody in the United States flies the A318 anymore, I believe. We've never seen one. The closest thing is the A319. See quite a bit of the A319s. You guys saw that one just touched down a moment ago from Fort Lauderdale. Now they're out here. Is it Air France? Yes, I think you're right. I think it is Air France, and they flew it over to the Caribbean or something recently. I think one of our local bloggers, the big blogger, can't think of his name now all of a sudden, did a flight, I believe, on the A318. So United sitting out here ready to go. They're bringing in another pushback tug, getting ready for Air France's arrival. So that next arrival is, yes, Jeb Brooks. By the way, he is local here, by the way. He has liked some of our content here. He flies out of RDU all the time. Greensboro is his home airport, but he does fly out of RDU a lot. He's a part of the Facebook plane spotting group, the RDU group. There's Alaska Airlines right there. Coming in just behind American from Charlotte. I'm hoping one day that Jeb Brooks will come up here and surprise me like Captain Ken did. If you guys are familiar with the LA flights, you guys know who Captain Ken is. Captain Ken's been in our show a couple of times, but he also come up and scared me to death one day. So Captain Ken also flies out of RDU all the time to JFK. It's really nice meeting Captain Ken. Very gentle touchdown for the A321. Again, that one from Charlotte. So I apologize for the darkness there. There's nothing we can do about that. The sun reflecting off the roof is causing problems for the camera there this late in the day. Dream to fly on an A318. Find a new dream plane. You can fly the A220. Everybody says the A220 is fantastic. Hopefully one of these days I'll be able to fly on the A220. Beacons on here. We've got American Airlines, this 737 getting out of here. We'll pick that up on the other side, but we're getting closer to Lufthansa. Wing walkers out there. Nope, they're bringing up another baggage cart, so it shouldn't be too much longer for them. That's the American 737. My favorite airport. Good question. We haven't been to too many airports as far as shows go, but there are definitely a lot that I want to visit. I want to visit Schiphol in Amsterdam. I'd like to go see London Heathrow as well. And of course, our friend in Madeira, I'd like to go see. Madeira Island. Our friend Nelia over there. We also have been talking about Miami a bit lately. We've also been talking about Atlanta as well, not necessarily here on the show, but in other aspects. So Alaska coming in from Seattle. Coming in on the MAX 9 today. So Delta getting a move on. They're another 737. They better hurry up. We've got JetBlue 2485 in that new livery coming at us from JFK A320-200. So if you guys are fans of JetBlue and that new livery, it is coming here in just a minute or so. I call the JetBlue liveries special liveries because they're getting to be more and more of them, but until they've made the full-on switch, to me the JetBlue liveries are still specials. Got United chilling down there, 737 MAX. Alaska Airlines up the hill as we get JetBlue. This one here with the orange winglets. So good to see the orange winglets. We do have the fuchsia ones, or pink, or whatever, purple, whatever you want to call them. So JetBlue and that beautiful new livery. So that Delta departure headed to Salt Lake City, Delta 555. A lot of Southwest coming at us right now. Unfortunately, all of Southwest will be over on the other side. Air France now 38 minutes out. So we got 38 minutes for Southwest, Air France. Lufty, they're standing out there waiting. Still no beacons on for Lufthansa that I can tell as of yet, but you can see the wing walker standing out there just on the right hand side of your screen. We've got a couple ready to go. That United still sitting out there. Frontier and a Delta all looking like they're about ready to go. I am Will. I'm ready for Aer Lingus' inaugural arrival. Hopefully we can be out here for that. That should be a 7 p.m. arrival there. That's coming April the 13th. So hopefully we'll be able to be out here for their inaugural. Of course, they'll do the water cannon salutes for that one. There will be a lot of folks out here as well. So hopefully we can get out here early, get a good spot, set up and ready to go for Aer Lingus. Dev08 getting gifted a membership from Miss Carolina. Looks like her, it's missing. It wasn't earlier, so there could be an issue with YouTube. Alright, so Delta, this A319 cleared for takeoff. We'll, so hopefully we'll be out here for that. I might try to leave work early that day to try and be out here for Aer Lingus' arrival. Good sounding departure here for the A319. Love the buzzsaw sounding engines. Complete sight of my monitor. Sunshine right on it. So unfortunately we do not get any of either. We get a 747 every now and then, but usually it's an Atlas 747-400 as we see JetBlue's pulling into the gate here. So hopefully, I'm hoping during around Christmas time we'll see a 747-400. We've seen it here, 3 times on the show. We had one early morning in January. We had the soccer team come in this year on the 747-700, and Mr. Beast rocking the 747-400. Now, when we go up to Dulles, we get Lufthansa's 747 as well as their A380, British Airways A380, and the Emirates A380 as well. Emirates for me is never easy to catch. Emirates drives me nuts. They never land consistently on the same side of the airport, for me anyway. Anytime we go up there. We've got PSA Airlines coming in from Philadelphia this time, not Washington, D.C. 1 hour of flight time for the CRJ 900LR for American Eagle. Nice, our buddy Captain Carolina there with some info. So we wanted to see Bird Beak earlier. There it is. Bird Beak pushing back. Yeah, so Will, they switched runways, so we had to switch up things. We took about 15 minutes, cleaned up, straightened things out, got down here to the other end. Oh, so you're on that charter flight over on the other side. Dang, I wish we were still at the end so you could wave at us. There, Captain Carolina. Got a moon looking really very nice. We should have another super moon coming up around the 5th of November, I think. 5th or 6th. Of November, so hopefully we'll see that again. Nice full moon. Maybe we'll have a nice moonrise on Wednesday. So we got a bit of a traffic jam going on here. I don't know what the deal is, but that one United's still out there, and you can see Frontiers said, "I'm tired of sitting here." There's also a Delta behind it. So I don't know what the deal is with United just sitting right where they're sitting. I feel like they should move, but that's on them. How many planes we got in this shot? 5 planes. 6 if you count the Delta tail there on the right lower corner. All right, another PSA, American Eagle. This one is in fact coming in from Washington, D.C. And this is a CRJ 700. I must have delayed Lufthansa's departure here for a minute. So you can see them all just bypassing this United. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know why he's parked here. There's been several planes run right around him. So Bird Beak on the move. And then of course we have PSA from DC arriving now. And the sun is right in our face, making it difficult for me to find incoming aircraft. A United A319 pushing back now. So it looks like we're going to have a lot of departures here in the next few minutes. Smooth touchdown for the CRJ 700. Look Let's see here, the traffic jam over there. 4 planes, got that other one ready to go, so we're gonna have about 5 departures here in the next couple of minutes, hopefully. Well, the wing walkers have come back out to Lufthansa. But now they have a CRJ in their way. They're about to have another one in their way, unless they make it wait. So Lufthansa's struggling to get out of here. Seems like a lot of them are struggling to get out of here at the moment. All right, we've got a couple more. We've got United and a Delta, all within about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, excuse me. 8 for Delta. It's going to be an A321 from Atlanta, Delta 2600. Air France crossing into North Carolina. 20 minutes for Air France. They definitely have to be, Lufthansa definitely has to be out of here before Air France gets here. If they do what they did the other day, last Sunday, and they take the gate that Lufthansa's in, Lufthansa's gonna have to be out of here somewhat by the time Air France touches down. Savina, I'm pretty much the only one that runs the channel. I don't have anybody else do the shows. I do have some friends that pitch in and do things with us, and of course my support system at home that help set up things and get things together. Thank you, Todd, for the update. 10-minute delay. And yes, there are fish in the lake behind the thing back there. There are people fish back there quite often. They did draw it down though, and I assume it's because of the construction. They pulled some of the water out of it. It's not very deep anyway, but they do still there's still some fish in there. Fallon the Falcon, he came in from Philadelphia earlier. Departure there for Fallon. It's loud departure. Yeah, as far as the shows go, it's all me. And I don't mind. Hey, we got an speaking of A220s, we got one sitting over there. We were talking about A220s earlier. That one's sitting over there for Delta Airlines. So, Fallon is Frontier 2072 headed back to Philadelphia. There's that wonderful A220 howl. That is why I love the A220. Thank you for the kind words, Saniva. I greatly appreciate that. We do our best. We're a small channel. We go about 2 days a week, 3 days a week, depending. Today was a makeup show for Wednesday. We were out Wednesday evening. So trying to make that up today. We'll be here again tomorrow, 9 a.m. local time. If you guys are interested in coming back tomorrow. You'll be sent over to tomorrow morning's show. So when you guys get forwarded on over there, please go over there and leave a like. Trying to reach 200 likes over there. Trying to reach 200 likes over here today as well. As soon as the A220 gets out of here, turn to Lufthansa. Lufthansa is finally on the push. The A330 finally moving. Again, we got about 15 to 20 minutes for Air France.
Heading 035, 5 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 1075. United
We're going to skip out on Delta. We've got a wonderful shot of Lufthansa. I'll give you the flight info on Delta here in just a minute. I have a feeling, though, they're headed back to Boston, Mass. In that A220. I don't know if they're having to wait on that CRJ or not for them to continue that push. Delta popping up on flight radar, not available. Delta 2283, no, Delta 1075. They're headed back to Boston, I believe. Flight radar giving me a hard time here at the moment. To give you guys one last look at Bird Peak, and Delta 1075 is in fact headed to Boston. United 2407 headed back to Houston. They're in that Bird Peak. So we got a pair of Uniteds now sitting over there in the middle of the taxiway, right in the way. Don't know what their issue is, but we had one, now we've got two stacked up over there. Next arrival is going to be Delta 2600 from Atlanta, A321-200. That one on final now, getting really close. As they sort out Lufthansa. Hey, there's Nelia. Good evening to Nelia. Odd one for Delta here. We have seen this quite a bit though. The A321 coming from Atlanta. Normally it's either the 75 or the 737. The A321 has been kind of popular here the last couple of days. Or the past couple of weeks, I should say. You got a touchdown in the right place? No. Finally, those two Uniteds getting a move on. Slowing up everybody's progress there. Boy, the radio today has been all kinds of off. It's been on the pilot side. So Delta is going to be followed by another United 1502 coming in from Chicago. 737 MAX 8. Going to be that next arrival. Got Lufthansa finally pulled out. So we'll turn to United here in just a minute. Give you guys a wonderful shot of Lufty. We'll see. Lufty again.
Monthly 135, we're heading on Exec today. We're heading to departure today, Monthly 135.
Let's enjoy the start up there of Lufthansa. Update, Air France, 9 minutes. 777-200ER coming in here this evening. Friend Captain Carolina taking off to Charleston a moment ago. He should be wheels up. We've got another United departure. That's what you guys are hearing right now, is United. Find out where that one's headed in just a moment. Yeah, it doesn't matter where I put the radio, it doesn't change. So now that A3, so you know we had that one just parked. Now we've got a United A319 just took its spot. So United just sitting in the way at the moment. Hey, congratulations, Lynn. Good to hear it. Alright, so Lufty unhooked. They should be ready to go here in just a moment. 4th time I've seen that same exec jet today. I don't know if it is the same one, but it looks like it. There we go, the sound of that A330. So we'll see Lufthansa again in just a minute. We've got that A319, a couple of A319s, United and Delta. Now finally this Delta, or this United, getting out of the way. They probably told him, you can't sit there, we've got a big heavy coming through. Please move. Looks like our next arrival is going to be American Airlines 2949, coming in from Chicago, another A319. As I check on Air France here, Air France still says 9 minutes. So Air France, give or take 9 minutes. So that 777 200ER headed this way. Our American from Chicago, another A319. So I think this one here is probably headed back to Minneapolis. As Lufthansa comes around to hang out. Delta off to Minneapolis, Delta 2699. Alright, of course, we're gonna mute me, enjoy the departure of Lufty. Got that United A319 departure up next. So long to Lufthansa, back to Frankfurt. Good to see the A330 for Lufthansa. Been quite a while since we've seen it here. Next up, though, we've got Air France. I think there's probably a couple more arrivals before Air France, but we do have that Air France 777 very soon. Nice sounding A319. Got Air France just behind us already. Again, so long to Lufthansa back to Frankfurt. Let's hang out with JetBlue a moment while I get the info for United. United's departure. United 1667 headed to Newark, New Jersey. Air France turning left, making those left turns onto final. So we'll do our best to give you guys a long range shot here. The sun is really brutal to the eyeballs. Struggling with this wind being, or this sun being so far in the southern sky. Got about an hour left until sunset. I think the American 777 be arriving in about an hour or so. Have to give that one another look here. Let's do that while we're waiting. Where is American? We've got that Raven, that New Pacific Airlines from Bedford up on radar. That one's not arriving until about 6:43 tonight. 1 hour 15 minutes left in American's day. It'll be dark by the time they get here. They're going to arrive around 7 p.m. Definitely tomorrow night, it'll definitely be dark for that arrival. All right, so Air France, our next target. Just in time for wheels down. This 777 flying 8 hours, 33 minutes to be here this evening. Again, make sure you guys smash the like button. Trying to get to 200. Hopefully we get there before the end of the evening. Dr. Henry gifted a membership from Mrs. Carolina. Hey, we're at 199 likes. Thank you so much, Ramona. Thank you, everybody. One like away from 200. I'm sure we can get that one like before the touchdown of Air France here, so thank you guys. Tomorrow we're going to try to get 200 again. When we leave here, you'll be sent over to tomorrow morning's show. They hesitated. Smooth touchdown for Air France. So again, now I'm interested to see where this one will go for the gate. Now, come wintertime, I don't think there'll be any issues with gates. American will start flying in at 6. This one will be leaving by 6, or 6-ish, 6:30-ish. So I don't think there's going to be any issues with gates between the 777s. Like we have in the summertime. Nice, almost golden hour for this 777. So, are they pulling it to that gate? That is a Delta tug. So Delta handles all of Air France's stuff. So it looks like they'll occupy the gate that Lufty was at. Got another one on final. You guys will hear that touchdown here. Actually, I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna go for the arrival, but that golden hour tail. So Air France will sit there and wait a minute. So they're going to wait on the tug to pull them into the gate. They'll dispatch that. So a nice, wonderful shot. Almost golden hour, getting close, of Air France. Our next arrival in about 10 minutes is going to be American Airlines 3008 coming in from Miami. Americans just now south of New York City. So American 173 now just south of New York City. 58 minutes left in their journey. Carolina Hurricanes have got to move on from Bedford, Massachusetts. Eagle, I would absolutely love to see that little one pull it. I would at least attempt to pull that 777-200. I think that would be funny. So they'll get that one towed in a minute. Again, we still have about 10 minutes before our next arrival from Miami. I don't know if there's going to be any light left. We might have the sunset about the time 777 American lands. So we'll stay for the American 173 Heavy, and then we'll be done from here. And again, back bright and early tomorrow, 9 a.m. for a 4 or 5 hour show. Tomorrow, I'm not going to stay the whole day tomorrow. So we've hit our like goal for the day. Thank you guys for getting us to 200. Keep them coming. If you guys haven't, smash the like button. Please do so. And a reminder, please go over to tomorrow's show. When we end here, again, I'll be throwing you guys over there. Make sure you guys smash the like button for tomorrow's show. Pre-like that. Again, 9 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. I haven't even checked our subscriber count today. Also, if you guys are new around here, please feel free to subscribe to the channel. It's another free way to help the channel too. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed your day of plane spotting with us. Again, we've got about another hour or so left in the day. About an hour and 20 minutes. 24 new friends today, so thank you guys. You guys have really enjoyed the show. So thank you guys for subscribing today as well. Astonishing numbers. Absolutely positivity. So good. Thank you guys again. How much that tug weighs? Anybody know roughly how much one of those big tugs like that weigh? Anybody ever seen one being transported to the airport though? I've never seen one being transported to an airport. Do they fly them in? Do they bring them in by truck? How does an airport receive one of those big tugs? I don't know. These are some of the things that I wonder sometimes. And I'm sure a lot of you guys would like to know too. The interesting questions that I think about while I do this show. I don't always voice the thoughts that I have, but that one... an interesting one. Oh yeah, the sun's definitely going to be well down by the time the American 777 gets here. It's still, like I said, about 55 minutes out. We're already looking at 5:50. See, Scott knows. Scott says they're towed in. why they can't do this during the summer. Like, alright, you guys arrive at about the same time, or several hours apart, but I don't understand why Air France always wants the other gate over there, when clearly in the wintertime, they clearly can do it in the wintertime. I don't know why Air France is difficult in the summertime. Owns their own tugs or leases others. So I assume they own all of their equipment. Like everything that says Delta, I assume is owned by Delta. JetBlue has their own stuff. Lufthansa has their own stuff. The cargo boxes for Air France, they own all of that. But Delta did give up the flight for this, so it is in partnership with Delta. And we know that, I don't know about tugs, but Lufthansa brought in a bunch of other stuff, like the little flat carts that we see. You can always tell those because they're the bright yellow ones. So Lufthansa brought in a bunch of their own stuff. I don't know about Air France doing that. We've got American Airlines up next, or Republic Airways 4630 coming in from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. 56 minutes of flight time for the E175LR. You come in by tugboat. I wonder how they get to the airport, you know? Because they can't be light. These things have got to be massively heavy. And I've never seen one being transported, so... Gonna have a nice silhouette here of this E175 as the sun begins to set. The tug maybe, but the some of their other stuff, like their baggage carts and all that stuff, is Lufthansa. As far as I know the little yellow ones are Lufthansa's. Because I remember when they just showed up here one day. They were up and over on the hill. So I assume the smaller stuff they do fly in, whether they ship it FedEx, UPS, or even obviously their own airline. They can do that. Put all that stuff in the belly. I really don't know. And I'm more curious about the heavy stuff, like that big tug. Next arrival, another American Airlines. This one, a 737. Nice touchdown for the 737. Because it can't be light, so you got to have a lot of wheels under it. That's true. That's true too, Coaster. So maybe they do use some of United stuff over there. Now we're officially into golden hour. That American Airlines touching down. Let's find out where they're coming from. Oh, they've already gone off flight radar. We've got Endeavor 5150 coming in from JFK, 1 hour, 10 minutes of flight time, arriving in 7 minutes. Another CRJ 900LR, arriving in just a few minutes. They're still downwind. Speaking of American Airlines, looks like I've got an American A321. I think this one's getting ready to go back to Dallas. That's true. I'll have to, I got a friend of mine that I can ask about the equipment stuff. I'm sure he'll know. I'll have to send him a quick text message later. Actually, let's see if I can find his number now. I'll send him. So I've sent out a text message. We'll see what our friend here at the airport has to say. See whose equipment Lufthansa actually uses. Looks like our beautiful JetBlue might be ready to go here in a few minutes. They're closing cargo doors on that one. American out of here. This one will be towed into the gate as well here in a moment. That American Eagle. So American 2091 off to Dallas Fort Worth. another Delta 20 minutes away. American 173, 48 minutes. Right on the edge of the sunset there. So we should have that one before the sun is completely gone, or the light is completely gone. We've got that Endeavor 5150 from JFK coming in here in just a few minutes. And we do have our special, I call it special, JetBlue pushing back. It's A320. Gonna have a spectacular sunset here this evening. Not too many clouds in the sky. It's amazing how far the sun, or the world obviously tilts, but it's amazing how far south the sun has moved for sunsets. I wish I had a wide enough camera to show you guys where the sun normally sets to where the sun is now. It's a good, really good distance. Saniva, have a wonderful night. Thank you for joining us. Again, we'll be back tomorrow. So thank you for hanging out with us. About the tugs. Like, I don't know name brands, I don't know any of that type of stuff. Can't really see what that says. A lot of JetBlue's equipment looks brand new. So it's like when they moved over here, they got all new equipment or something. I don't know. Thank you, Brian Miller. Again, welcome in, you guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Now, I do know that they use a lot of subcontracting here for equipment as well as work. Some of the refueling guys, cargo guys and fuelers and stuff like that work for a completely different company. They don't work for the airport. So a lot of contracted things within the airport. Look at this shot. How beautiful is that? So we got that Endeavor from JFK on final. They're at just the right angle. If we can get arrivals at just the right time, we might get some right in front of the sunset tonight. That rarely happens for us, but we might be able to get lucky. We got another arrival in about 5-10 minutes. That'll be a spectacular arrival. Smoky touchdown there for Delta. Nice touchdown there, nonetheless. JetBlue will pop out of here in just a minute. That's good. It's hard to do. It's really hard to do. the best shot that I have is that C-17 flying in front of the rising sun that morning while we were doing the show. I'm probably more proud of that shot than any of the others that I have, especially ones after starting doing the show. JetBlue already ready for departure. Sounds like. Should have that CRJ coming back here. I kind of hear it. There it is. So we'll give that a minute. You guys can enjoy the sun while I get you the information for JetBlue. JetBlue off to JFK 2486. So I got word that the equipment is from Donata. DNATA for Lufthansa. So I guess that's the ground crew that services them. Comes out CRJ around the corner. We're gonna have our sunset. We haven't had that in a while. If you guys are new to the channel, we do the sunset segment here as it goes below the horizon. As we patiently wait our last arrival, that 777 American from London. same boat with you, baby man. Never flown Spirit. Don't really want to, but I have flown Frontier. Frontier's not too bad. If you're just trying to get somewhere, perfect. We flew Frontier last year. And honestly, I didn't have any real issues. They messed up the head count, but other than that, our flights were on time. We had no issues with Frontier whatsoever. So I don't know that I would fly them into big airports. We did fly them into Orlando, but I don't know if I'd fly them to like JFK or somewhere like that. I'd definitely do them for JetBlue if I was going to JFK. So we're getting closer to our sunset. I'm gonna have to pull out my jacket. The sun getting low in the sky, the little bit of wind we got going on behind us. I'm gonna have to put my jacket on. Already getting chilly. Hopefully I can do this without tangling up our cable. So there we go. Yeah, already getting cold. So we got Delta. Let's watch some bags. We tried to do this earlier with United. We had a lot going on. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I really do enjoy watching what kind of bags come out of these airplanes. I know it's just a time filler, but for me, I like to see what kind of weird stuff comes off these planes. We've seen everything from totes to small bags to golf bags, fishing bags, all kinds of interesting stuff come off these CRJs. Got our sunset segment here in just a minute. The sun's getting closer and closer to the horizon here. I like to give you guys that tranquil moment any chance we get here. I looked right at the sun and now I can't see. So we got a couple minutes for that. And just like that, the bags are already flowing. Doesn't take them long, does it? You know those big black and yellow totes that you can buy at like Home Depot and Lowe's? I've seen one of those come off there before. As a matter of fact, my family, when we picked up Christopher from Orlando, my child, they had accidentally sent one of their Amazon orders of a big box of paper towels to where they were staying at. So they flew their big box of paper towels home on Southwest. Like a big box of paper towels. Almost waist high. So you can literally fly with anything you want, as long as it's not of illegal substance. All right, I'm gonna use the camera here to check on the sun. Can't look at it anymore. I can't see it. All right, we're getting close. Next arrival is going to be Delta 3246 from Atlanta, 737-9 GP-ER. That one going to spend about 55 minutes in the air. Traveling from Atlanta. Oh yeah, I'm blind. I was looking at the sun, now I can't see. Come on, hurry up. That would be a really pretty shot to catch that 737 crossing right in front of our sunset. 737 will be here in enough time or not. Hopefully. All right, the American 777 finally entering North Carolina. 24 minutes left in their afternoon. Will end shortly after their arrival. American 173 Heavy, our last plane of the day. You would have to come down the hill right now, wouldn't you, Alaska Airlines? Always enjoy seeing Alaska. Oh, what a pretty picture that would be. Alaska with the sunset. Delta, fly in front of our camera. That's all I care about right now. Our 737. It is definitely a race. Obviously the sun's going to be down probably about the same time Delta crosses. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Delta is almost there. Oh! Just a little short. They were a little too low as the last moments of the sun fall. So close. So close. Man, oh man. Close, but no cigar. All right, Alaska Airlines, Alaska 572, 582, I believe 572. We'll find out in a minute, but they're headed back to Seattle. That's 737 MAX 9. No worries, John. Thank you for hanging out today. Again, we've got about 30 minutes or so left in the day of plane spotting. Then I'm going to go home and try and watch the Xfinity race. I think that starts sometime tonight. Forgot about the truck race last night, unfortunately. Maybe ATC had died. Not very loud at the moment. There you go. Alaska finally cleared for departure. Off to Seattle. American Eagle CRJ. And an American A321 ready for their departures. I think this is the CRJ 700. This one getting ready to go back to Philadelphia, I think. Man, that sun went down, it got cold. Tempted to turn my jacket on. Turn my jacket on low here. I need to get another one of these. I don't remember how much it cost either, but that's where I got it at.
Okay.
Not bad at all either. Like, it works. I wish it had some heat in the sleeves though. That's one of the only things that bothers me about it. But I'd like to have some heat in the sleeves. So, looks like this Delta down here might not be going anywhere tonight. Looks like they're testing lights, beacons on that one, but it's still hooked up to the heating and air conditioning systems down below. So it looks like they might be running through this one, checking systems. Good possibility this one may not leave today. Again, it might. Got a couple of CRJs below us, both hooked up to the heat. So 2 Americans chilling over here at the end of the runway. Air France, 17 minutes. Let's see, do we have any more arrivals? We've got a Republic Airways 4485 getting ready to come around. That one downwind of us. It's an American Eagle. That one coming in from LaGuardia. Another E175LR. That'll be here in about 2 minutes as they make their way around just to the south of the airport. Oh, goodness. I really don't know what the deal is with ATC and their traffic. It's the planes that are really loud. Alright. Is that American moving? Yes, I believe this PSA is headed back to Philadelphia. We had one from DC and one from Philly. I think this one. Our Philly flight. Looks like the 700. Bet that was a fun trip, Peter. Flying out of here on the 757. I'd like to do that. Fly the 75 out of here. Nice early rotation for the CRJ. Flying out on Christmas Eve. Nice. So as I stated before, we do have Thanksgiving coming up. We do have that Thanksgiving morning special. Christmas, we don't really do any shows. Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, anything like that. I work Christmas Eve until about, I don't know, 1, 2 o'clock, possibly 12, depending on when we get done. So there's no real way for us to be out here on Christmas Eve. Big holiday for us. Celebrate quite heavily in our household. So Republic Airways from LaGuardia is going to be our next arrival. That one's on final. JIA 5452 headed to Washington, D.C. So that was our D.C. flight. That was the CRJ 701 to Ronald Reagan. So that means the other CRJ for American Eagle we have down there is for Philadelphia. Quick turnaround for the DC flight. They got here after the Philadelphia flight. Hopefully the winds will change overnight, and tomorrow we can be back down at the other end. Again, if you missed the middle of the show today, we had to make a spot change. We had to take you guys down off the air for a few minutes. See you, Brigitte Klaus. Good night. So, hopefully we've got a little bit of daylight left as the 777 arrives. Sounds like American might be cleared for takeoff. I really can't understand what he's saying this evening. Hey, Jason, good evening. Doing all right. We're waiting on our last plane of the evening here. The 777 from London. Yeah, I'm not ready for time change. Good thing I'll get an extra hour of sleep tonight. That'll make it a little bit easier to get up in the morning and get back out here and get back at it in the morning. Yeah, I gotta do that next week. I gotta work Saturday next week, unfortunately. My one Saturday a month. Figure out where that one's headed. Let's go back over here to our lone A321. American 2949 off to Chicago, that A319. Spend about 2 hours in the air. Our next arrival is going to be Endeavor 5232 from LaGuardia. It's going to be a Delta connection operated by Endeavor. I don't know what the issue is with that, but it's really off. That one's arriving in 3 minutes. We also have United Republic Airways 3633 coming in from Washington Dulles. That's going to be an E170 SU or SE. That one in 10 minutes, and then our final plane of the day. American 173 Heavy from London Heathrow, 8 minutes. It says 8 minutes, but it looks further away than that. So Flight Radar quite possibly playing tricks. Looks a little farther than 8 minutes. Camera doesn't do that justice. In person, that looks way cool. It's like a very bright, sharp orange. That streak across the sky there. Getting into blue hour now. Got that CRJ off in the distance. Hopefully, we've got this amount of light when the 777 lands. I know we won't, but in the sky, so we can have a nice long shot like this of our triple arrival. birds flying in front of the camera, trying to find places to roost for the evening. With this CRJ, aren't you? So this will be a wonderful shot of that triple. That'll make a little bit of a difference. Oh yeah. Made a pretty significant difference. These CRJs is going to push back. Now there's still one gate left down here for a CRJ. Quite possibly. Got that A321 finally on the move, that American Airlines A321. Their departure. So, there's the American A321. We've got another one on final here. Let's see who we got. We've got United from DC, Republic Airways at 3633. Going to be an E170 SE. The American 777 downwind of the airport. So just behind us here. Trying to see if I can see it. There it is. 777. Just behind us. So a few minutes left for them. Again, they'll be the last arrival for us. that beautiful silhouette this time of the evening. Behind on that one. So that A321 will make their way out here. It's the 777 that makes their way around. 252 likes. Thank you guys. Greatly appreciate all of the support today. Good amount of likes. Thank you guys. Especially for a Saturday. Saturday not a normal day for us. So good to see all of the support for something different. So sounds like that was American 1894. And the CRJ from a moment ago looks like they're waiting on something. There's some smoke over there in the distance. American 1894. I believe they're headed back to Charlotte. But Delta chilling here. American making their way around. We've got that. They're making their turn. So, American 1894, they're making that 28-minute flight to Charlotte. Look at the little one. France receiving their services. Let's go over there and check them out. No, let's stay over here. American coming around quite quickly here. They'll be within our line of sight here in just a minute. So, American from London. 8 hours, 13 minutes for the 777-200 so far. Says they still have about 3 minutes left in their day, so I'll say probably about 8 hours, 20 minutes from London. Ew. You know what? I wouldn't tell people that. Oh my God. It's gonna be like an elf exploded in my house when I get home. There she is, fresh from London. Still wheels up. American 173 heavy. gear down for the triple. Last plane of the show. Yeah, you're just out of the focus zone. Go 2 for 1 shot, 1 sliding into the frame, just to the left. Start to rush in, you see several lining up behind American. Next arrivals, Republic Airways 4804 from JFK. We have 4 more arrivals coming in. So we'll get those last few arrivals and then that'll be it for the day. We're going to skip out on this one as we watch the 777 back taxi back up. So this one here, technically our last plane of the day. have a couple more to end the night. Back taxiing in a hurry there. That'll be the last shot of American around here. One last good look at the 777. So, a couple more arrivals to end our day of plane spotting. Again, we'll be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. unless something changes. I should be here. Alright, that next arrival on your screen is going to be American Airlines 3247 coming from Washington, D.C. A319-100 coming from D.C. So again, just a couple more arrivals here. I want to end the show with some arrival action here as we get ready to end the night. this arrival is another American Airlines. This is Republic Airways at 4596 coming in from Music City, Tennessee. Another E175 LR, followed by our last arrival, American 1904 from Charlotte. That'll be a 737-800. That one will end the show. The last two arrivals there. There are more coming, but again, we're going to be here tomorrow morning. CRJ is still waiting, as you guys can see. We've got a couple minutes here for American to get close. Again, American from Charlotte, American 1904, that 737 is going to end our evening tonight. And if you guys are just joining us, back tomorrow morning. That's it. It is going to do it for us. Going to have this loud CRJ start over here right as we go into closing comments here, of course. So give the CRJ a minute here. I don't know if you guys will be able to hear me over the CRJ. Thank you guys. You guys will be forwarded on to. You guys will be sent over to tomorrow's show. We'll be back tomorrow 9 a.m. I hope you guys enjoyed today's show. You guys will see Lufthansa, something we haven't seen in quite some time. I want to thank you guys for subscribing. subscribing to the channel. A lot of new friends today, as well as a lot of support. Tomorrow I have 5 memberships to gift out. So that's something for you guys to look forward to in the morning. Again, we'll be back tomorrow morning. I want to thank my channel moderators, channel members. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you guys again. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.